Chris. Let's bring the microphone a smidge closer. Okay. You beat Stream Elements, Mega. I see that. So, Mega got first. Hello, Kempo. Hello, Jorak. Marshmallow. Of course, you come home with Togepi. You're not surprised at all. I didn't buy that Togepi, actually. That came out of one of Dom's things because he traded some cards towards a Surging Sparks booster box, trainer box thing. I always call them booster boxes. I know it's an elite trainer box. It's crackling again. And it doesn't work. Is it better? Yeah. It's just easier to hear when there's like no other sounds blocking my microphone. But I did not buy the Togepi. I actually didn't buy anything Togepi. Joe did for me, but I didn't buy anything Togepi this time. But yeah, I stayed under the budget that you guys gave me. It was like if you take off PayPal's fees, it was like $150 that was given to me, and I only spent about $110. Which I understand is a little bit crazy for this amount of cards, but hear me out. 2 of the cards are actually going to go right into my personal binder that I've been collecting since a kid, so that was worth it. Most of the cards were like $1 or $2, but a couple of them were a little more expensive. This was the most expensive one, but I really wanted the goldfish. I have seen it on my page a couple of times pop up. So this was the big thing I bought at the end. So, Miss Chansey, that I have been missing, it needs to go into my personal binder. Save the sleeve. Looks like maybe. I think I might vend at a future expo because I have too many cards. A lot of people weren't selling a lot of vintage stuff, so I think I'd be that, like, niche. You know, it might be hard to sell some more of the vintage things, but it's also something that I would like to do. In it goes. Crazy! That spot has been empty my whole life! Has Hell frozen over? No, Hell hasn't frozen over. There really wasn't a lot of Togepi stuff there. And the other one I got was the Nidoking. This was a little bit pricier than I normally would spend on cards, but I was having a really good time. I don't care that it's a little scratched up. That's not a thing I'm worried about. You know, little dings and nicks on the card. Nidoking is supposed to be towards the beginning. That is a crazy feeling to have 2 of those spots filled. I mean, that's literally my whole life has been slowly acquiring this binder. I've never really... Those are the first 2 cards I've kind of gone out of my way to actually look for. I don't usually look. I kind of just, you know, slowly accumulate things. I don't usually spend that much. That's probably more than I've spent on most of this binder. And just those 2 cards. Granted, a lot of these are, like, first editions and whatnot. So, speck of something in there. So, those 2 were the 2 that I got for this binder. I was not spending the money on the Blastoise. All the Blastoises I saw were, like, whew, way up there in prices, so that was not happening. And I did see an Alakazam, but I think it was, like, again, 26, something like that. And I know I spent a lot on the Chi-Yu, but, like, I don't want to spend $26 on one card. Not when I know I can find it elsewhere. Alright, so this one has a sticker on it. I'm not gonna bother trying to get that off. So I did buy some other cards. I got some Japanese ones, which I always enjoy. I think the Japanese cards are really cool. I love the holographics on them, and this one just had some really pretty art. I do have some penny sleeves and top loaders at the ready. Oh, Lucario looks cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'll give some closer looks at some of the cards if people are interested. But I want to give it a nice clean penny sleeve and into a top loader for now. So this one, as you saw on the little sticker, was $3. I think it's really cool. I'm going to... I always go backwards. Zoom in so you guys can see a bit better. There was too much of a glare after a certain point. I need like a little diffuse the light thing so you guys aren't blinded but can still see what I have to show. Sorry. Coughing has not stopped all day. Since the meds wore off. So there's that one. I got Lucario in Japanese as well. I know some people don't care. I know some people prefer one language over another. Some people are like, English only. The English cards are worth more. I don't care what it's worth. I want the pretty card. So... Plus, how sick is that holo? What is this touching that you are still making noise? The microphone. It's trying to piss me off. Is that better? Nope, it's just gonna keep making that noise. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it is driving me insane. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother trying to take off the little stickers. It'll just go on a fresh sleeve. Into a top loader. Sometimes I wish the top loaders and sleeves didn't, remove some of the shine. Like, sometimes it's harder to see how cool things look once it's in there. It blurs it just a little bit. This Vulpix was also a little expensive. I spent $10 on this one. Actually, that doesn't need to come out of its sleeve. I'll just use that one. I literally looked at this at, like, several different tables. People had it ranging all over the place. There's that one. There's this one, which is another Japanese. I spent $2. For Pete's sake. Is it going to keep making noises? It's gonna drive me bananas. Hopefully you guys can't hear that. The buzz. As long as you guys can't hear it, I'll just tilt my headset back a little bit so it's off my ears and I won't hear it. But, if you guys can hear the buzz every time I'm talking, I will fix it. What do you call a sheep that likes to read books? Rampage. That one. It's just a really pretty, beautiful eye. I got these two came from Joe's nephew. He opened Surging Sparks ETB. Elite Trainer box, for those of you that don't know the lingo. And Joe tossed both of these cards at me, and Dawn was like, yeah, that's fine, she can have them. I don't think he really wanted to share too much. He was being nice, though. He had me open certain packs, and then he had Joe open certain packs. Apparently, I should be letting Joe open packs from now on, because this man got some sort of hit in 3 out of the 4 packs. You don't hear a buzz? I'll deal with it. It'll just drive me insane. That's fine. So, how about this one? Is this pretty? Like I said, you guys gave me about $150 or so, and I only spent $110 or $111, technically. These ones were each $1. I like them because look at that ho-oh. It's gorgeous. Hello, Static. Hello, Bone. He's on the other room. Yes, Bone Crusher says hi. He says hello. He's staying over just for the night. Unfortunately, he's not staying longer. He's staying over just for the night. Because he was getting a little too tired to go home. So he can stay in that one. I am one top loader short over here. I know Kitty just sent me a bunch. I'll go grab those. Yes, uh-oh. Is that not what I said? Hope Joe tucks you into bed. No, he'll be going to sleep before I do. I'll still be streaming when he goes to bed. Because I started so late because he let me sleep while I was at his house, and I didn't realize how long I had stayed asleep. He literally ate dinner and was still watching TV, and I finally woke up. But I didn't sleep much last night, and by didn't sleep much is I didn't sleep last night, so that's probably why. By the time I was done with stream, I just got more stuff done and then just didn't sleep, so I've been up since... If it weren't for the nap, I had been up since 4 or 5 p.m. yesterday, so... After the stream, you had dreams about Pokemon cards? So, the nap was apparently necessary because I was passing out in the car. Granted, I wasn't driving. But I was starting to doze out in the car. I think the soda ended up slowing my brain down. Here, you need sleep, woman. I didn't have time with all the streaming I've been doing. Got off of work at 6 a.m. and went back into work at 2. Just got off work. Jeez. Thank you for the lurk, Marshmallow. So this one also needs to be sleeved, and this one needs to be re-sleeved because it has $1 on there. And then that one's gonna need a top loader because I don't know where I'm putting it. I don't have a lot of cards from 2023. So I don't know what I want to do in terms of putting this into a binder or just leaving it in the top loaders for now. But I'm gonna have to get up and get the other ones because I don't think I have any more. Nearby. No, it was just that stack. So I did buy. Wait, this comes off nice and clean. Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. I did buy this one. Just because it's super pretty. This was the most expensive one that I bought at the whole show, which I'm just going to take out and turn around. I'm not going to waste a whole top loader just because this dude likes to write on his. Oh, did he write on the penny sleeve? He wrote on the penny sleeve. That works for me too. I'll do something with all the junk penny sleeves so they're not a waste. Oh yeah, this is in very good shape. So pretty though, all the colors. Sleep isn't our friend, right, Kira? Correct. What disease does a skeleton have? Scoliosis. I appreciate the pun, Dustlow. Just make sure you're putting it all in the same message, because otherwise it gets lost in chat sometimes. Hoping this overtime can help you pay off your 3,000 debt before February? What do you mean, Static? You're hoping, I'm sorry, you're hoping this overtime can help you pay off your 3,000 debt off before February. You're hoping what can? Working this much? So I got Goldeen and Sea King. Little matching pair here. $1 a piece. It's probably the only splurging I'll do for a long time. You owe a lot of money, you're getting overtime. Good morning, DMX. Hello, Shadowy. Hello, mister. Overtime is normally base pay to path. Yes, I am aware of how overtime works.
As Mon Vader says, I quit my job as a postman when they handed me my first letter to deliver. I looked at it and thought, this isn't for me.
Funny.
Carl, that kills people!
Hello, Big Mac. Elevator. Funny.
Bone Crusher 218 says Kira is a stinky meanie poo-poo head and this is me flexing on all y'all broke ass fishes lala 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 penis.
Yeah, so a Goldeen and a Sea King, and then a beautiful Articuno. There we go. Oh, it didn't come off all in one go. I should hydrate. I thought I had another gallon of water over here, but apparently I don't do. I do. I thought I did. And I'm looking around like there was more water. I knew there wasn't much left in it, but there was more water. Is water wet? That's a great question. So I'll put that in the trash later. I got all of those cards, and then there was one booth giving out teeny tiny little nail charms, and then Joe also bought me some pins. So we'll do the pins last. Technically, they gave me the Pikachu, but Dom's favorite Pokemon is Pikachu, so I traded. We kind of did like a three-way swap. They gave me Pikachu, Dom Charizard, and Joe the Bulbasaur, so we swapped, and I gave Dom the Pikachu, Joe got the Charizard, and I got the Bulbasaur. And then they also gave me 2 little Hello Kitties. And some Labubus for Joe's sister for free. So these cute little, they're supposed to be like nail art charms, but they're just these cute tiny little things that I'm gonna put back in the bag till I find a use for them, but they're just adorable. And then I saw these 2 cute little Tokepis. No background Pokemon music is a tragedy. I didn't want to get in trouble, so performance isn't this ain't much somehow. Do you hear about the magician who was driving? He turned into a drive-away. We'll get 200,000 this year. 200,000 points? I'd like $200,000. So I saw these, and I thought they were really cute, but I don't usually put money towards pins. You know, I will every once in a while, but I feel bad buying the pins even more than the cards. So I saw these 2, and Joe said pick out 2 more to get the deal. So I picked out these 2, which I think are super cute. This one also has a Togepi on it. But there's so many different little Pokemon on these pins, so they're gonna go up on my pin board at some point. For whatever reason, for the last 3 or 4 days, one of the songs that plays in Oliver and Company that's been stuck in my head. I know it's popped up on TikTok a couple of times, but for whatever reason, it's like, why should I worry? Why should I care? That song can't leave my brain. It has been on loop, every time my brain is quiet. For just a moment, and then it just goes, why should I worry? Why should I care? So that's my haul. You know, I'm not one of those people to go crazy. I saw somebody next to me at one of the booths that went over to the other booth person. He's like, I'm crazy. I can't believe, you know, I'm out of my mind. And he showed him, and he bought like a $1,200 card. And I'm like, what is wrong with people that you spent $1,200 on a card? And there was somebody, while I was looking around, that had a base set Shadowless first edition Blastoise. And also had the Charizard to go along with it. And I'm like, ungraded, that card goes for at least $600, the Blastoise, which is crazy. That sounded mean, says Marvin. This guy knows it all. Congrats. He's the nephew. Your dad is a scarecrow and won the award. It's true. He was outstanding in his field. I've heard that one before. He is crazy because someone casted confusion on him. Nephew's full name is Gary. Gary. The professor is Gary Oak. No. I don't think that's how that works. The nephew is not named Gary. His last name is not Gary. Blastoise is your third favorite starter. You got a messed up Dark Blastoise. I have... So Blastoise and Alakazam are the only two base set cards I am missing. Granted, a couple of these are from, like, base 2 and whatnot, and a bunch of first editions. The only card I'm missing I'm missing, like I said, the Blastoise and the Alakazam. So I have a Dark Blastoise in that spot for now. It's still pretty crazy to have filled in the Chansey, even though this is technically base 2. But I don't care. That doesn't really bother me. I don't think that's the only one that's a base 2 in here. I think there are others. But for me, that was still worth it because trying to get the actual base card would have been even more expensive. And I'm okay with it just being base set. Especially since I have a lot of, like, fossil and stuff like that in here, too. So, yeah. Beautiful Flareon. So I'm literally just missing 2 cards to fill out my entire binder. I could have filled it out today, but, like I said, the Blastoises that I saw were way too expensive, and I didn't feel like I really wanted to spend as much on the Alakazam that they had. I'd rather just still kind of, you know, buy up other people's stuff and do what I've been doing to fill this binder for the majority of the time that I've had it. Oh my god, it does not stop coughing. Alakazam. Yep. Alakazam and Blastoise are the only 2 base set cards that I am now officially missing from that book. Eventually, I would like to obviously get all first editions, but that's only going to be by, like, accumulating other people's collections, slowly picking out the first editions and stuff like that. I'll never go out of my way to buy them just because it's stupidly expensive for no reason. Also, we got told in the movie with Celebi. We're talking about this, but there is a Yu-Gi-Oh card over 1 million. There's Pokemon cards that have gone over, that have gone close to that too. Actually, my first favorite starters is Bone. Sun and Moon, we meet Samson Oak, Professor Oak's cousin, and he calls Professor Oak Samuel. You're secretly a Chansey collecting Pokemon cards? She cares for all of us in chat, so that makes her a Chansey. That's adorable. She does have the caring gene in her. They're so sweet. I did put some feelers out to see about possibly selling the booster boxes. I don't want to, but I also feel really guilty still having them when I could use that towards other things. But I did put some feelers out on,
you know you're never fully dressed without one.
Possibly selling them. Hello, Malchior. Would you like to see my haul from today? Have you seen the new decks of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are played? First round has 20 moves and the games are finished in the first 5 rounds. Yeah, I've seen. It's crazy. That's why I don't play. I think they're just... I like the pretty cards. Yeah, this got really cute Ninetales that goes for 300. That's nuts. I don't know what my most expensive card is. I'd have to go looking. Yeah, I don't know what my most expensive card is. Yes, I assume my desire didn't appear. Begin significantly overweight and EFT sucks. Expensive card you own is your credit card. Funny. But yeah, so I will go through it again. I picked up an Articuno, a Okariko, Goldeen and Seeking, a really pretty Chiyu, which is a goldfish. Obviously, I couldn't skip past the fish. I got a pretty trainer card. A lot of these were $1, so like this one was $1. This one was $1. It's not too bad. The Ho-Oh was $1. This one was $2. This one was $2. This one was $10. This one was up there in price too, but it's okay. And then this one was $3. The kids game, right? Pokemon, I mean, technically. And then I got this one, which I need to put in a top loader, but I don't have any more with me. I got some free little charms, and then Joe bought me some pins. So I got 3 little nail art charms. And then I saw some Togepi pins, and Joe said, okay, pick 2 more to get the deal. And I went, you don't have to do that. And he goes, this is why I have money. And so I got some really pretty pins to add to my pin collection. Some thirsty-ass artist wasn't properly monitored by their QA team for their tamer card. You end up meeting Coop. He was not there. Your sister card has yours beat, though. She has the original black and white Zekrom that you think could go for $1,000. Also 20+ old kid game. It was actually a very good show too. We get in there, one of the guys gives Dom a card. They didn't charge Dom to get in, so it was only $20 for all 3 of us to go, which was awesome. So one of the guys gave Dom a free card. He got 2 slabs for free. Someone gave him full market value for some trades and then a little bit of cash to trade up to a Surging Sparks ETB. He got a sports card for free. He bought a pack of cards, and then the dude gave him another pack for free. And then, like I said, we got a bunch of the little charms and stuff for free as well. So they were really good to him. We were chit-chatting, and one of the guys next to us heard that it was Dom's first card show, and he was like, do you want a slab? And he just gives Dom a first-gen Kabutops slab that was graded out of 7. That's a lot of free. He got a lot of stuff. I bought him 2 cards at $1 a piece, and then he thought he was using his money to finish out the rest to get up to the ETB. But Joe actually slid his money over, so he didn't technically pay for anything today. And then he made money out of going today because his mom gave him $40. His grandma gave him 20, and then he didn't pay for a single thing today. So he seemed to have a good time. He was a little, you know, yeah, okay, kind of like that for part of it, but that's kind of just his personality. But he was it seemed like he was having a good time. He wants to go back and be a vendor. He wants to be able to trade with more people. And he wants a booth. So I'm thinking if I can get some stuff together, then maybe I'll do a booth. It's like $115 for a table, and his mom said she would split it with me, the cost of the table. And I told him he'd have to be there all day and all this stuff, and so he seems pretty interested, so maybe I'll try to reach out and do that. Because I have so many cards, and I understand that a lot of my cards are bulk, and they might be harder to move than, like, you know, big foil shiny art cards. But I feel like there's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to old vintage cards, especially if I'm selling them at like 50 cents, $1 a piece. You know, I know that's well under market value, but these cards have been sitting in my inventory for so long. I would love to be able to just get them out there, and actually sell some stuff. So, yes, Dom is Joe's nephew. Well, we were there for a long time. We got there a little after 11, and we left at like 3, so I think we were there for 4 hours. It was a good time. He was starting to get a little cranky because he was hungry, and we gave him some options whether he wanted to get food and keep looking around, or like go home and get food. And so we ended up going to Burger King.
Told you this today, but you deserve some money.
Hello, Kitty. We ended up going to Burger King,
but I just
and he
thought that
played
you
in a
should
play
know
place.
That you deserve some money.
But he had a really good time, it seemed like. Pokemon is a children's card game played by adults, sold out by scalpers, and owned by a company who doesn't care about your opinion. Also, this description applies to most other card games. I feel like that description applies to most things in life. Hello, Kitty. Would you like to see what your money went towards? I got a Chansey and a... Wow, my brain just had the biggest brain fart. Holy shit. Nidoking. I got there before I swapped for it. So I got the Nidoking for $10. And the Chansey for $6. And then these got pulled out of Dom's ETB that he got. Got a Leafeon. This cool guy. Lucario. Japanese. Bropix. Beautifly. Lycanroc. Uh-oh. Trainer. Chi-Yu, because obviously I had to buy the goldfish. This was the most expensive thing I bought. This was $30. But I sat there like, do I buy it? Do I buy it? Do I buy it? Do I buy it? But it's been on my list for a while. I have this saved as one of the ones I wanted to buy, so I just caved. A Goldeen and a Seaking. An Okariko. And an Articuno. One has some of the best card card out of all card games. Yes. I gotta grab another top loader out of the packs that you actually sent me, but it's on the counter and I just haven't gotten up yet. I heard Dom is Joe's nephew, but my mind went Dominic Toretto for some reason. Okay. What's my favorite starter Pokemon? Out of all the starters, probably Chikorita. I love Chikorita. Just so cute. Solid choice. Thank you. Well, I knew they'd get some use. That's why I sent them. Almost halfway to my walk-on against this Marshmallow. Hopefully this time I won't get fucked over again. I am more than happy to just give you one if you want, Marshmallow, as a courtesy from me to you. With how much you've done and how much you've gone out of your way to help the channel, I am more than happy to just give you a walk-on, especially after everything. And since basically every time you've lost your streak, it's Twitch's fault, so. Doesn't love a sassy Latina bee. Oh, wait, you're talking about something else? I don't know. I've always found Chikorita to just be absolutely adorable. Unfortunately, I don't really care for the evolutions as much. If we go by an entire, like, evolution chain, it probably changes my answer. But if we're just talking the base form starters that you can actually pick, then it goes to Chikorita. You weren't doing any good sitting on my desk. I didn't even earn my VIP. You gave it to me out of nowhere. You did earn your VIP. I don't do that based off of what people spend. VIPs are given for all kinds of reasons. Here's this Totodile. Second is Mudkip, then Squirtle, then Torchic. Torchic is cute. I do really like Torchic an awful lot. Squirtle's fine. Mudkip's okay. Totodile's cute. Not back then. Yes, back then. Even back then, Marshmallow, you had done the most anyone has done to push for sponsorships. The fact that you tried that hard to help my channel, even back then, is absolutely a reason to get VIP. 100%. You love Blaziken. Cyndaquil is your OG favorite. Cyndaquil is...
Penguin 223 is raiding with a party of 1.
Cyndaquil is definitely super cute. Penguin, thank you very much for the follow, for the raid. Not follow. Brain is mush. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Why did you give me VIP? I don't remember. My faves are Mudkip, Owl, and Turtwig. Ferogi, Charmander, and Rowlet. Ooh, weird choices. I don't mean to be mean, I don't... They're okay. They're not the worst out of the starters. I don't remember the English name of Owl. Rowlet is cute. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna go grab the top looter for this. And then I can kind of decide what we're doing here. I have some Pokemon cards that have definitely seen some better days. There's like gunk. It's hard to see on camera, but there's like gunk all over it. So figured maybe I wipe them down. Maybe I turn them into some sort of art at some point. Like this one, the art itself is in really good condition. Same thing with this one. The actual art is not bad. This one just needs to be wiped off. But I might turn them into something instead, since they're duplicates anyway. Just to do something fun. I don't think I'm going to be one of those people that, like, extends the background to making it into a full art. I don't think my talent it works out quite that well. But I do want to do something. I just don't know what yet. Terminator was your first starter. Feroki and Rowlet. Rowlet, yeah, it's German is Baus. Feroki is good and fully evolved. Thanks, how's your stream going? Good! I just got back. Well, not just got back. Earlier today, I got back from a card show, and... Not these. I've had these. These protect junk. I bought a bunch of cards, and then 2 for my personal card binder thing that I've been doing since I was young. So I got a Chansey and a Nidoking. I literally just need 2 more cards, and then I have finished up my entire base set. My 151 Pokedex. So got all these cards. I spent like $110, $111, and I got all of these, and then the 2 that I already put away, and then Joe's nephew gave me those 2. I got some pretty pins. I went to look at one of the spots, and they had these beautiful Togepi pins, and Togepi's my favorite Pokemon, and I was like, oh, they're so pretty, and I knew I wasn't gonna spend money on them, but Joe goes, okay, well, you just need 2 more to get a deal when you buy 4, and I was like, you don't have to do that. He goes, but that's why I have money. And I was like, for me? So he bought me these 2 pins as well. I think they're super cute. Have you been trying to collect the Refresh original 151? I would like to do that as well. I do have some of them. I do have some of the 2016 ones. I got more courtesy of Kitty, because Kitty sent me a bunch of cards, and then there were a bunch in there that I didn't have. I'll just leave these pins out for now, because I keep showing everybody. But I was trying to collect, like, the original 151, and I'm literally just missing 2 cards, which is crazy. And a bunch of these are actually, first editions. I have a bunch of first editions in here. Granted, you know, nothing's in 10 PSA 10 condition or anything like that. You know, a lot of these are probably, you know, 8s or something like that. They're in good shape, but it's all the whites, you know, around the corner. That's really all most of my cards have, is just like a little bit of white on the back around the edges, and then everything else is, you know, pretty pristine. But yeah, so I've been filling this out since I was a kid, and I just got the Nidoking and the Chansey today. Just exciting. So I'm just missing Blastoise and Alakazam. Somebody was trying to trade out or sell their first edition Shadowless Blastoise, and I was like, that's like a $600+ card, even ungraded. Need to go to the bathroom. You earned yours from being kind to others, not starting drama, and being trustworthy, but you like to think that Kayla made me VIP because I'm weird and have unique reading. It had nothing to do with your greeting. You have any more positive qualities as well? I only sent you 100 or so cards. That's not that many. It's not like I had an addiction to Once Upon a Time. Still, 100 or so cards is like, that's still 100 or so cards. You know, that's nothing to sneeze at. I still can't believe I dropped like $110 on Pokemon cards today, but you guys gave me like 150 plus to spend, and I stayed under budget, so I think that was the only reason why I was willing to splurge for the Chi-Yu, which was 30, because you guys gave me enough to really enjoy what I was doing. You actually know, I have no idea how many cards it was. I don't know now because I've pulled a lot of them out and thrown them into sorted piles. So. I'm gonna go grab those top loaders though. Kira, what is your favorite fish Pokemon from all generations? Favorite fish Pokemon. That's really tough because, like, if you're just talking things that swim, or are you talking, like, straight up actually fish? Because if you're talking, like, favorite water type, you know, Lapras is really high up there. But if you're talking just fish... I don't know. I feel like Magikarp's a lazy answer. I don't know. Fish looking. I do like Magikarp. Chi-Yu is actually kind of cute in some of the pictures. Some of the times it makes those big black things he has around his eyes like really ugly. But I would probably say Magikarp. What's the beauty version of Gyarados? What do you mean beauty version? She doesn't contest the weird part, helping me be VIP, just not the greeting. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Milotic. We saw a couple of those cards today, actually. Give me 2 seconds. Not actually 2 seconds, it's probably closer to 10 or 15. But I'm gonna go grab the other top loaders that are on the counter. Eventually, I think I'm going to either put up on Throne or get a top loader binder. One that lets me put the actual top loader cards straight into the binder. Half made it in the trash. Good enough. Because I am now accumulating more. I haven't really done as many that go in here until recently. But now I have, like, this whole stack. And I have some others somewhere else, too. Another box. Because I have a bunch of Japanese cards. that are either in top loaders or going to go into top loaders. Pretty Mew. Gloom. Rayon. Ninetales. And some Fakemon. These are... I got off of eBay, but they're based off of the TCGP. I don't care that they're not real Pokemon cards. But yeah. Lapras. Charizards. So I did not get these today. These are ones already had. Which Seadra has a split Evo that makes it look spiky? There's a third one. A 3-ring binder. No, there are ones that specifically are meant for these. I want the style that doesn't have the 3 rings if I'm gonna start doing this for reals. Team was your favorite for a long while. You just loved her. It's flowy tail. Flowy tail. I got a Goldeen today. I just like the pretty firework background. Oh man, if I wasn't such a cheapskate, somebody was selling a custom 1-of-1 sketch that was like almost neon, or was basically glowing under black light of Iron Man, and it was so good. A lot of their artwork was really good, but they were $80 a piece, and I was like, I can't do that right now. Forgot it's literally unopened. That's how much you didn't need them. FYI, you're at Chief Hall 9 and on Chapter 17 for the Vikings game. Already? That's fast. I think it only needs to go to 25 this time, which I feel like is pretty quick. Granted, I know that it ramps up near the end where it's going to be like 4 days to finish the Chief Hall. Thank you, though, Marshmallow. Yeah, I saw you hit one of the milestones 15 hours ago or 16 hours ago. Something like that. Correct myself. You're chapter 18 now. Nice. But yeah, so I'm gonna start needing a place to actually display these. I should probably send a penny sleeve instead of letting it get all continuously scuffed up in there. In this very old, starting to discolor top loader. Oh man. The good thing is most Pokemon cards roughly hold their value, so if I'm ever in some deep shit, here's my get out of jail free card. Put those together. These together. It doesn't really matter because it's all gonna get mixed up eventually, but Leafeon near the Vulpix, and Ho-Oh, and the fish, and the birds, and a trainer. Not that it matters, because it's literally just gonna be like this. And thump. Is my collection getting ridiculous? Or just has it been ridiculous for a while now? Gonna head to bed since you have work tomorrow. Good night, Kempo. I think the collection needs to expand. Usually the ones that can hold every loaders are the 3-ring binders, because it makes the pages expand a lot when filled, let alone double-sided. We've been out of the card game for a while. No, there's... I'm telling you, there are specific binders that are made for these. I don't know if they have to be 3-ring, but I'm saying that there are binders where the slots are big enough to hold the top loaders. Like these ones, they're only big enough for the actual card itself. They don't fit. They don't fit with the top loaders. I don't know if it has to be a 3-ring. I've seen some pretty cool ones that allow you to put this in there with it. I don't have to, but I also like having some of them in these. And then I don't know, these are 2024, which I don't have a ton of 2024 stuff, but I'll find a spot to put this. So I'm debating if I want to try to sort some more cards or if I go to art. What are you guys thinking? Just want to let you know you're amazing. That's very kind of you, Vader. I'm kind of feeling art myself. I'm a little bit sleepy. Any chance can we show cards in general? Discord, don't plan to right now. Could show 2 favorite ones. I literally have a Pokemon channel. It's not just for the TCGP. You're welcome to put anything Pokemon related in that channel. Because I like the Pokemon. Nice, Marshmallow. Thank you so much. So sorry. Oh, man. You got a boom mic arm today. Now you're just waiting on your super expensive chair. Didn't you tell me? Oh, you said you were waiting on the boom mic? I know we talked about this because you spelled boom wrong, so like I knew there was some sort of conversation, and that's what reminded me. You need to get your new frame. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this in here for now. Here's my gigantic stack of top loaders. And then we take Bring this to the recycle later. I'm being lazy. I'm gonna go put my pins on my pin board. I'm taking my headset off. I cannot hear you all. Ugh. Pin board is getting full. I'm gonna need a new page. Just dropping everything. It's fine. Hold on, I'm almost done. I thought this would have been faster. Pin board is filling up. Okay, music. On. Myself a spot that feels pretty sturdy, perfect for your setup. I'm gonna grab the water. I need a gallon over here. just have my stream turned up pretty loud? Because that's, like, lower than normal. Before, all you heard was something, something, water bottle. That's because I hadn't sat back down. I wasn't near the microphone yet. So now, is the music too low, or is this where you want it? Oh yeah, true. Monday, time to look at your Warframe reset for the week. It's fine. Alright, so if you guys weren't here the other day, I started working on mini art. So, that in camera view. So I made this. Don't worry about the scratches. I was giving a bearded dragon a bath, and he didn't love it. So I made a teeny tiny Titania, and then now I am working on Kalervo for Voltray. I will be taking more commissions after this. There's no promises on how quick the turnaround is going to be, but I do think I am going to start taking, you know, suggestions from people and kind of going that route. Normally I have your stream on max to even hear you. I mean, I can turn my gain up so that, like, my voice peaks louder again. Is that better? Da da da, is that better? I don't know why it's... the threshold is... it looks like it's changed. Because even if I put my compressor this high... No, it's stopping. That's weird. Is that better? Nope, that went the other way. Hello, I just snapped off the plastic with my chest. That's still only peeking in the yellow. I don't know why. I don't know what changed. Test. I don't know why it's stopping at a certain spot. Is that better? Nope. It's still not doing anything. Well, that's a first. You want to share the chair with me? That's the first time Sana's done this, but she just jumped down and landed in the chair with me. So yeah, so I don't know why it's doing that. It used to like always peek into the red zone with my microphone, and now it's stopping in the middle of the yellow. I wonder if it lets me go above the 120, or if it's just gonna continue. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. That's really annoying. Idea. I can add some extra gain this way. You're louder now? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know why. This is where I used to have it. This is literally what it used to be. I don't know what changed. Oh well, at least it's better now. Yeah, I don't know what was different. But But yeah, so I was working on the Titania, and now I am working on a Kullervo. Granted, I understand that this looks odd. But bear with me here. It's one of those trust the process kind of things. I heard it. Hold on. Hello, Purple. How are you? Moment. Gives you Bendy and the Ink Machine vibes. I see that. No, I'm hoping, I'm hoping to get some more detail and stuff out of it soon. Granted, with it being this tiny, that does make it a little challenging for me. Is that part of the head? He's got extra stuff in the horns. We're out. Sides. I'm gonna be painting over this, like I did with this one, so I'm not really worried too much about the overlap. Oh. That's definitely part of his helmet. So he's got cool spike things. So come out. I'm great, just doing some late night drawing. How are you? I'm good! I got back from a Pokemon card and trading card show today, so that was a lot of fun. And now I'm just working on some art that actually helped contribute to being able to go to the card show today, so. Head, general idea down. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now, is just getting the basic shapes down, and then start refining it a little bit more, and then after I refine it a little bit more, I'll start putting some of the paint down. I'll probably do what I did before by doing the background first. But I want to get, like, the shapes of everything pretty on point. probably should have erased some of the background that's like definitely gonna go behind his head. Make it a little bit clearer. On like what's him and what's background. He's definitely blocking a lot of this. This. Just makes it a little bit clearer for both myself and you guys. I think I am going to keep using these colored pencil ones for doing the frame on top of the backgrounds, because it's harder to erase, but that helps a lot. But that kind of helps with the body shape and stuff. Obviously he doesn't have the daggers in him yet, and I'm still kind of fleshing out some of the attachments. Kind of go out a little bit farther. Stop. And a lot of this is his hair. Background Albrecht Lab. The background is Duviri, actually. So this is one of the archways in Duviri, and this is like that platform that dips down. So these are stairs. Stairs that are gonna go up. This is an archway. Just working on some fan art. Fan art of what? so let's kind of like section. Aside from your favorite webtoon comic called Marionetta. Interesting. I don't know much about that, but sounds cool. Yes. Interesting. I don't want to get super crazy with the line work just because I am going to put paint over this, so it's going to cover if I do too much for details anyway. Like think I remember that one of the knives. It's about right up in his face. I might get a second blood pencil. Do like one. Of the knives. Should be good. Here. Yellow flavored. See you. Cells here. Now here's where it gets tricky. Trying to fit the hand in while it's still so small. crazy hit in TCGP just now. Nice, Marshmallow. Pokey face cards? What? Not Pokey face. That's pretty crazy. Marshmallow. This arm should have kind of been out a little bit more. But it's okay. I need to start putting some paint down soon before I really get too hung up on a lot of the details. Find Kullervo to be a much more visually complex frame than something like Titania. This is kind of testing my skills here. Felt like fairly normal. Hey, you just got the immersive Mega Charizard today. Jeez. Remnant says on my mother's birthday, my sister got the immersive and shiny Buzzwole, was jealous. She had shiny Lunala already, which was one of your favorite from Sun and Moon. Flavor's playing Dead Space 3 and gotta kill a character absolutely despised. So even though the story makes it out, so you should feel bad, you're absolutely overjoyed. Try to get Mega Venusaur for a deck, but loving Ranunculus. Didn't you write in the Discord that that was your favorite? Or one of your favorites? I think this is gonna come out okay. Maybe not be my best work ever, but I'll be pretty happy with it, I have a feeling. Keeps, you don't like them, but you don't mention it. You put a full energy on it and HP for each one. Just want to cuddle. Realize how ridiculous cute that is, right? When I was fixing the audio problems and stuff, I was towards the front part of my chair, and Sana took that as an invitation to jump down from the table behind me on the chair and then just lay down. And that's the first time she's ever done that. She's never, like, joined me on the chair. Been fun putting energy on and HP up for each one. The cuddle huddle. Yeah, she literally threw herself at the chair. Thank you. That was really cool. It's shit. You're beating Mega M4 EX with a milk tank. That's funny. Alright, get some more. Long as it's just dark. So, it's the one with the attack that deals more damage if you use it consecutively. Ah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. How many of those handmade cards where you send images for total? That's a good question. I don't know. 3? 4? Oh, but that's a question. So, one from the Vault tray, which I'm working on right now. One for a Gyre Deluxe. Wisps, that's 3. So 3. I just brought over a new gallon. Well, semi-new gallon, because I gave a bunch to the cats. Why do you ask, Flangor? What about the Titania? I missed that one. Everybody sent them a bunch at the same time. I didn't see another message. Oh, when did you send it? I see stuff from Zarin, Halo, Joe, Asura, City, Tree, Kayla's Trash Can, a group chat, Kitty, Valtray, Malchior. And that's it for the last 3 days. I counted you already, and that's not Titania. You sent me a Gyre Deluxe, which I said out loud. I said this one, Gyre Deluxe, and Wisp. That's why I'm like, what are you talking about? I said that one already. I was Titania. Sorry, that's okay. I mean, if you'd rather swap it out for a Titania, that's fine too. I just thought I was kind of going crazy with your response. But yeah, it's no big deal. You wanted to swap it out for something else. I made chest piece a little too big. It's like knife. It'll be easier to draw. You don't want to get out of bed and get a new image. I mean, I'm not worried about what's easy to draw. I'm enjoying the process of like what's, you know, working out here. Problem is like I'm gonna have to make the knives small. Proportionate to its body. I made the torso a little smaller than I should have. Arm here. It's very shadows. It was such a good feeling to hit a Mega Ampharos EX with a fucking milk tank on master difficulty. Yeah, I bet. That sounds like it'd be really satisfying. His arm look way too short. I think I'm gonna make some adjustments. Got it. His arm's supposed to kind of. Oh. Yeah, no, that is roughly where it belongs, but because I made torso. Arm part. I flicked the Titania. Problem is, I know. This probably should also be a little bit thicker. That grips the chest. There's like a panel. Side is in such darkness, it's hard to see. But the good thing is there's a couple of daggers that also go over this. One more. Oh, oops. This one. Too big. I have this one that hits the pants. There's supposed to be somehow one that goes out this far. Another one. Sit. Might be as much detail as I can probably fit in there. Kira, it finally came. Discord DM pack. Okay. Very nice. If that's the case, I can go and pull up Fury stuff so I can get the right color scheme. solid from the other day. This one is not that satisfying. Just want to get some of the paint off. I don't really need to go super crazy. So I'll just work out anyway. Rune says, hey, long time no see. Hope you had a happy new year and a Merry Christmas. I did. I hope you did as well. I have been doing great. New mic with isolation mount, boom arm, and new DC. Yeah, I actually just went to a trading card show today and got some Pokemon cards and got to hang out with Joe and his nephew. It was his nephew's first card show. So, we all seemed to have a pretty good time. Alright. It's got like a mint, a light minty color. Might be too metallic. Oh. And it's called Aqua. This looks Duvirian color, right? I think that looks pretty Duviri. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need a pale off-white gold. Or it's gonna get tricky. So I have some more bronzy colors over here, but I have to might turn around to get a gold. Three across the bottom. I don't know why. Oh, there's a little thing of glitter. That's pretty Duviri gold, I think. And all those interfaces. Really depends on the Duviri cycle and region. Yeah. Those colors look really good together in my opinion, so I think that'll work. And then I think this will work for the off-white. Pearl color. And then I need slightest bit of this blue. Next, this. What cards did you get? Also has something between you and Joe changed, says Rue. We're officially dating, if that's what you mean. I got some cute little charms for free. I already put them on my pin board, but Joe bought me some, really cute pins. Some Togepi ones, one that has like a bunch of Pokemon on it that has Togepi, and then one that has a bunch of like Psychic Ghost. And then I got these today. And two that went into my personal collection binder, a base set, well, a base 2 Chansey and a base set, Nidoking. Which were two of the cards that I was missing. I was missing 4, and now I'm only missing 2 to have a full, original 151. Oh my god, you're dating. Those look nice. Yeah, he asked me to be his girlfriend, not for him to be my girlfriend. He asked me to be his girlfriend back in November. On my birthday. You only see the first pic. Yeah, I only saw the boom worm. Did I do it too quickly? Good night. Oh, I see now. Fancy keyboard. Fancy interface stuff. Jeez, that's a lot of lines in and lines out. Way more than I could handle. Like crazy setup. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying, like, about time, finally, and that kind of thing. Yeah. I think it's because back in October, towards the beginning of October, I had talked to him about the fact that, like, I wanted more than just friends with benefits. And that if I didn't have some sort of title after the fact it's been 10 years, I think I was gonna kind of start to, you know, maybe think about looking elsewhere. Because I'd like to, you know, have a house, a family, and all that kind of stuff eventually. I didn't want to force his hand, and I wasn't saying it had to happen right then, but that it was kind of on my mind. You're waiting for Joe to become a banker. Yeah, I wouldn't keep your hopes up. He won't do anything until he gets a job, and he doesn't want to get a job unless it's something that is a career that he wants, because otherwise, what's the point at this point for him? He'd rather just be comfortable at home. I kind of don't blame him, but... You know. Also like to start moving forward with my life. I'm 31. The clock is rapidly ticking if I think I want to do anything in terms of kids and whatnot. Metal texture though. Hello Jorak. What did you miss? Do we have to send a bounty hunter after Joe? No. Big family, how many kids? A good handful. You can confirm Edric is a cat? Yes. 10 years and you don't got no ring. Gosh darn. Well, I mean, again, he's always told me that he didn't have those feelings for me. So, I understood. But it was also getting to the point where I'm like, well, if you don't have feelings for me, maybe I do need to move on. So, yeah. Imagine we do what? Start a company and hire him. 3 XLR, 3 MIDI, 18 4 1 4 stereo. That's a lot of spots, Melchior. Hello, Jorak. By the way, yeah, bounty hunters after Joe to get him a job. I mean, he technically has a job. It's just not full-time and it's not what he wants. So. Alright, so it's kind of more like a dusty color. So what if I just add a little bit of... little too warm. I think that's as close as I'm gonna get. I think that's a good base color for it. Kira, had your dad ever met Joe? Oh yeah, a bunch of times. At one point my dad was driving me to work. And yeah, and I had already been friends with Joe for a little bit at this point. And I told my dad that I was nauseous on the way to work. And my dad just straight up asked me if I was pregnant, and I said no. Obviously I wasn't. And then another time, my dad had said, he had asked me, if Joe was gay or stupid. Because he felt like there was no other explanation as to why him and I weren't together. Joe and I weren't together, my dad just assumed Joe was either gay or stupid. Kiwa, you were comparing everyone else to Joe, and no one was winning that comparison. No one probably ever could, in my mind. Seeing your clock is ticking while I'm here turning 27 in a few days and never been in a real relationship. Well, unless you count long distance bullshit, this is technically my first actual relationship. This is my first non-military, not long distance, not online relationship. I like your dad, says Beltran. Yeah, as an adult, I liked my dad too. Sometimes you can say both. I'm 42 and never been in a relationship. I'm surviving so far, says Ragemus. I mean, it's not for everyone. It's not something everyone, you know, kind of goes after, but I see what's there. I want to not let go and, you know, crazy, but it is what it is. But yeah, Joe met my dad. My dad actually helped Joe's sister do some touch-ups and work on her studio. They have like a little studio shed thing. And my dad had come over a couple of times because I spent a lot of time at Joe's house instead of at home. But yeah, they had definitely interacted. Joe actually really liked my dad. You know, Joe understood that there was a lot that had happened in my childhood that made things difficult, but he had met my dad after my dad had stopped drinking and had started to, you know, kind of put things into perspective and was actually trying as a parent to be more parental and actually have real conversations with me. But yeah, they had interacted a few times. Joe's mom and sister actually really liked my dad too. Unfortunately, but I also don't care, my mom and sister both don't really like Joe. My sister's gotten a little bit better when it comes to them, but they're both my sister and Joe are very stubborn, thick-headed individuals. And my sister's also very emotionally touchy, and so they didn't really hit it off, and it kind of was just bad after that. And then my mom just doesn't like him for who knows what reason, probably because I spend more time with him than her. You only had one school thing that wasn't really anything for like 2 weeks, so you're better off than me. Akira, 10 years of pre-relationship now is the relationship. Yeah, but like I had been in one actual relationship, but again, it was long distance, military, online. We'd only spent 2.5 weeks, I think, together in person over the course of the 2.5 years. I think it was like a little over 2 weeks together in 2.5 years. It was boot camp and 2 deployments. It's just, that was a mess. I was also a teenager. I mean, I've had flings in between then, but yeah. This is like the first actual relationship, potential to be the last relationship. So Jeez, that sounds like a mess. It was a mess. It was a disaster. But I thought no one else was ever gonna love me, so I was ready to marry that guy because I hated myself so much that I thought that that was my one chance at ever being happy and ever moving out. So, yeah. That definitely made that last a hell of a lot longer than it ever should have. To make more of this color, I'm just gonna bring it over to here at this point. Oh, look at that. I mean, like, the exact same shade. Don't make me shower you with positive thoughts. I'm saying when I was younger. I'm doing a lot better now. You know, I still have my days, I still have shit that goes wrong with my head, but I actually want to be alive. And I want to see where things go. And I definitely didn't give two shits about those things at that time. Hello, Ringbolt. Very nice to meet you. Thank you very much for the follow. From what I know of that woman, she does seem like that. You're not to be mean, but your mom might not even enjoy something. I missed where that went. I want you to be alive too, so shut up and be alive. I am alive. Now that I want to be alive, I kind of want to get to the point where, you know, I'm not just getting by. I'd like to get to the point where I'm thriving. I just never thought I would get to this point in my life. Not only did Joe get to meet my dad, Joe actually got to meet my grandfather, who was also a really important person in my life to me. Sorry. Trying to wait to take the cough suppressant so I can, use it to help me sleep. I've been really enjoying doing these little paint projects. Supposed to be more blue behind him, but there's really not a lot of space. This is actually supposed to be more, it's like bluish. This is supposed to have like a shiny bluish color. If it's gonna do the trick or not. I'm sad to hear about your grandfather and father. You have my condolences. Thank you. Hey, Joe woke up. What happened? No, Joe's not awake. He's in my bed. He's in my room. Yeah, I'm scared. I just noticed that someone on my Warframe friends list was in the closed beta and has X-Scale Prime. When you and Joe were together and he realized to get his head out of his ass to realize he would be losing the most amazing person in his life. I'm also proud of where you've gotten since I started watching some years ago. Yeah, it's been almost 5 years, Rune. Finally woke up and realized you were you. Yeah, Rage Miss. Joe asked me to be his girlfriend on my birthday in November, so it's been 2 months now. Thanks, Ragemus. Yeah, so it used to be when I would ask Joe to, like, come over or hang out more or do whatever, he was like, I don't need to do that, you're not my girlfriend. And then today he pulled the, I don't need to do that, you're not my wife. I thought it was so funny, because I asked him to come stay over more than just the one night, because he was a little kind of too tired to go. He didn't want to drive all the way back home after bringing me home, because he needs the car for work. So he pulled the, I don't have to do that, you're not my wife. I was like, oh yeah. Spoiler alert. Yeah, no, he won't do that. I don't know, one, I don't know if he'll ever do that, and two, if he did, I think he'd want to get his ducks in a row first. I think he really wants a job and, to feel like, you know, he could financially provide. It's a little too white. I think Duviri is a little bit more off-white than this. Which means I might take this. Just give it like the littlest bit of gold. I think that would be. I actually want it to be cream, I just want it to be white, so mix this in here. That's closer to the color. I know it's a very, very small difference, but those small differences add up. So it's a little bit more cream. Can you leave a card blank and say it's your Invisivara a blizzard? It's your Ivara a blizzard. Oh boy. Yeah, I have it right here actually. I finished that yesterday. Nice, I'll take it. Imagine Joe pulls up next week on Friday, dressed up, asks you to get ready, takes you on a date, then you're going back home. He takes a detour to this nice place, and you both know with amazing scenery. And then when you're watching, he pulls the engagement ring out of his pocket, and bam, you're his fiance. No. One, I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Two, I still think he deserves somebody that can motivate him and provide more for him than I can. And I still think that he thinks that I deserve more too, so I don't know if it'll ever happen. Yeah, I heard it go off. Hold on. Man, I gotta get a new setup if I'm gonna keep doing art. I always have the crazy cat lady shtick to fall back on. Boy. But I am short, Baltre. Can't sell myself short. I'm only 5'3". It's not not more I could shave off. But all jokes aside, I'd like to see things work out. But I'm happy where things are. Literally the only thing I would change is I wish him and I could live together, but I don't know. That'll happen anytime soon. Scold might actually tone down a smidge. Actually, a smidge too bright. A little bit. Might be a little too dull, but back with some texture after. I think that'll give a nice color scheme in the background, and then this will also match the gold that's on the Kullervo. Because it's not staying purple and pink like, or purple and red like that. 5'9" and your fiance's 6, and you're 6'9" and your fiance's 5'1". Don't get short with me, young lady. Oops, too late. Yeah, I've been short my whole life. I always thought, oh, I'll keep growing, it'll be fine. Nope. I got to like 14 years old and I've literally been the same height ever since. Mm-hmm. Now now you hear me, don't talk about yourself that way. If you feel that way, then pull yourself up and make you feel like you're enough for him. And he needs to do the same, because after 10 years, you both are together. And I know more than a couple of couples that didn't last that long. Now, that is said, I don't want you to talk bad about yourself, Kira. If you were that bad, I wouldn't keep coming back after 5 years. I wasn't flavored. Everyone's taking it as bad. I wasn't even doing anything wrong this time. You're an amazing person, Kira, and you know, we know it, and Joe knows the best of all. Both are enough for each other. Look at yourself more kindly, because it's the only life we're gonna get, and you're doing great. Thank you. I'm okay with where I'm at as a person right now. I just want to get myself healthy. Everything else is kind of doing alright. Obviously, I'd like to be making a bit more money and that kind of thing, but other than that, like, I genuinely do feel like I'm okay for this part. Yeah. Flavored, you're funny. I might have to go take the cough suppressant now because I can't take it anymore. It's starting to really hurt. Get annoying. I wanted to take it a little closer to bed so I could sleep through the night, but I'm having a hard time talking at this point. Something keeps catching in my throat because of the stupid bronchitis. Oh, shit. Dolphin stuff. So much better. I'm making this. Yeah, it was good to see you too, Rune. Have a good one. Flavored. 5 years, 28 days. That is a pretty long time. Remnant, 3 years, 7 months. Say 3 years or so. 28 days. You love that movie. 8 days. I don't know if I know that one. Is that about the hiker that gets his arm stuck? It gets his arm stuck or whatever? I don't remember the name of the movie version because I read the book first. I can't name the movie. Unfunny 28 Days Later. Reference was unfunny. I just don't know if I know what that one is. If you know that, you don't know if you want to know what you don't know. Man wakes from a coma 28 days after a deadly virus sweeps the UK, finding society collapse and facing fast rage-fueled infected. Ah, okay. Not what I was thinking. What I was thinking, and I can't remember the name of the movie, is a book called Between a Rock and a Hard Place, and a guy goes hiking and cave spelunking on his own when he's not supposed to. Literally, the rule of thumb is that, like, somebody needs to know where you're going. No one knew where he was going. He ends up getting a giant boulder that, like, pins his arm down, and this is, the movie goes a little crazy, but, like, the book is based off of something that actually happened to him. And he was able to survive, like, a ridiculously long period of time with his arm pinned under the rock because he was able to, like, filter his own urine with some of the stuff he had in his bag, and he lasted a way too long. But he survives. This is based on a real story of the dude who told the real events of what happened to him. It's a pretty crazy thing, and you can go back to see, like, you know, where his arm was pinned and everything. The movie, you know, it over-dramatizes a lot of it, and you kind of go on, like, almost like an acid trip with him in that movie, because it's kind of like the delirium of being stuck for that long. Whereas the book was a lot more down to earth. The movie definitely heavily dramatized a lot of it. Definitely one of the most memorable books that I read in school. Pretty sure I actually finished that one, and I'm notorious for, like, not finishing books. Your mother saw that one, wouldn't be surprised. You're hearing about that one. Yeah, I thought it was called like 28 Days or something like that for the movie. Like I said, he was stuck there for like 3.5 weeks. Almost a month. I think it was actually 28 days, which was 27 days. Something like that. Heavy spoiler alert in case anyone hasn't seen it or hasn't read the book, or doesn't care. He ends up breaking his own arm. I can't even imagine the strength it would take to have to do that to yourself, but his arm is completely pinned. He tried for quite some time to, like, find a way to save his arm while he was pinned. But it got to the point where he kind of gave up on trying to keep his arm and ended up breaking it, breaking the bone, because he was just gonna try to saw himself out, but sawing through the bone was too much and too exhausting for him by the time he had come to that conclusion. So he ended up having to saw through part of his own arm till the bone was exposed, use all of his own weight to be able to break the bone with the arm that's pinned, and then cut the rest of his own arm out to be able to get out. And it was so visceral with the way that the book had described everything, and I felt really bad for him, but he did kind of get himself into that situation. Like I said, you're supposed to tell people where you're going when you go on something like that. And he didn't tell anyone. He didn't leave a note on where he was going or anything. He just went to go and explore an area that no one had ever explored, and got himself in that predicament because of it. People could have been there a lot faster, and he probably could have had his arm saved, could have gone, didn't have to go through all that trauma, if he had just told someone where he was going. That actually looks okay. A little sloppy, but I think I can go back with some other colors and maybe a gel pen or something up with it. think that looks a lot better. So I think I might take like a gold gel pen or something to try to clean it up or add some shading. I should stretch, but you're gonna have to give me a moment because I am really hyper focused. Do not want to stop. I be angry to have to stop right this second. I guess I have to stop anyway. Oh, my knees. Oh, it hurts so bad. Ooh, 127 hours? Damn it. Thank you. I knew it was something like that. It was like 27, 28 days, time. I knew it was a number that was near there, and then it was also time. I couldn't remember. I can only remember the name of the book. I only watched the movie once, but it's like I know the book is called Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Like I can't. That's one of those first times. Like I don't usually read. I don't read a lot. I don't read a lot of books that end up getting turned into movies. But that was one of the first times I had really read a book that had been turned into a movie. And I became one of those people where I was like, the book is better. It was something. Zero degree. I like the fact that it's staying mad in that zone, but probably a little too dark. Supposed to be. See how look when drowning. Away. You say, here, if you had to finish a job, if you had to find a job, find a job other than streaming, but not a typical 9 to 5 like retail or something that trapped you in an office, what would be the most obscure thing you could think of doing? Didn't trap me in an office, but not streaming. The most obscure. Well, I know what I would want to do. I'd probably end up becoming an art teacher or a math teacher. Realistically. But if we're talking like really obscure,
So it's into the void now, me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
maybe something that would let me travel, like being a food critic.
And the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters,
Or like a secret shopper for companies.
yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping
I had to try to go like really weird. Originally I went to school for video game programming. But you said not a typical desk 9 to 5.
devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can
If I had the money,
you or console you
I would run a reptile sanctuary zoo thing. You know, I just realized that Warframe refuses to call whip weapons what they are. Kasarigama. Kasarigama. I don't know if I'll try. I don't know. Knowing they are different names. Knowing they have different names makes you better than the Game of Thrones. People that don't know the books have different names, and none of them are called Game of Thrones. No, I remember the book having a different name than the movie, which I thought was weird. I felt like they could have named it Between a Rock and a Hard Place, but I think they wanted something sensationalized by doing 127 hours.
Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below. Cast and cry, raise the million pylons high. All our kin were bound to fly for that far shore forlorn. Onward high, ooh, but we may tame the sky. Ooh, but we shall distant die on that far shore forlorn. Velvet blue the meadows lie, though the hardy winds defy. Gold shall never break our tie to that far shore forlorn. Onward sleep while constellations sigh of that far shore forlorn. Onward high, ooh, but we may tame the sky, ooh, but we shall
Like it looked better before with just the gold lines. I don't like the steps and they make me upset. Might redo section. Don't really like it. I think it looked better being simple rather than 100% trying to represent the steps. I've been becoming sickle, the weighted end traditional ninja weapon. It's just funny that they won't call it Kasari Gama when their tagline used to be ninjas play free. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an issue with doing it like that. I don't think your little pencil shaving. I'm not liking this as much as I thought I would. Maybe it'll be better once I give it some sort of blue sky. Anna did that thing again where she jumped on the chair behind me while I'm already sitting. What are you looking for, Flangor? I like the blocks of color. I think I need to tone down the design down here. I think the stairs need to go back to just being that pretty line work in the beginning, and I'm not gonna go crazy. I think it looks too cluttered and stuff now. I think just the pretty lines and then being able to focus on the archway will be a lot nicer. I definitely need to get marker. I have like darkness. A little too subtle. It gets like dark. Some more dark. Good morning, Christopher. Follow it, ways to stay awake. Watch time. Almost 1,000 hours there, Flangor. There are definitely some pretty cool colors in the sky. Oh, my knees. Oh, it hurts so much when it does that. Dead. Just quite right, but I think that makes the sky look more void stricken. Struck. We need to fix down here. I don't think I'm gonna make it full stairs. I am gonna take this color, which I mixed some old. I think it looked a lot cleaner. I think some of this being under here is okay because it's going to help add some of the texture and dimension back in, and I think it just looked better overall. Being more solid with just the gold going across. I don't understand how you haven't dad joked your way straight to a ban and you won't question it. Good night, kitty. Just went to stretch and I choked on my own spit. I think I'm actually gonna stop soon anyway. I threw the pumpkin right on the arch. Going to take pencil and kind of texture. Definitely need to take some more brown. This orangey. Color. Make it look a bit more dead. So green. I don't know, it feels like it's too thick somehow to break it up. I have to... This is shiny though, I don't want shiny. I want that. I wonder if the black... Please don't make this a mess. This looks like shit now, doesn't it? Take I think I need to make it wispier. I did with the top with the sky. I'm doing this so wrong. I don't look like what I want it to do. I just made them too thick. I also think it'll help if I straighten out the pillar. I'll paint back over it after, but if I can straighten out gold. This is kind of more. And then if I paint back over it with the gold, when that dries, it should mute it and kind of give me what I was originally hoping for. I might need to, like, put this down and walk away. The gray. Here, I'm gonna measure it out. Ouch. Really don't like it. It's so crooked. piss myself off. Which is usually an indicator that I should stop. I haven't even started on the actual frame, and I'm just piecing myself off about the background. I love the arch. I love the sky. I think the sky looks sick. I think the trees are ticking me off. I think I definitely made them dense. Blur. Especially the part where they touch the sky. I can't have them being thick. I don't know why, but that already looks better. Yeah, I think that's like a million times better. I mean, not so dark spot. That definitely is giving more, like, way background tree foliage rather than what the heck I was doing before. I just don't like it looks like a white. Yeah. That looks so much better. I don't know why it was such a problem before. I could still do the same kind of thing and just add a little bit more orange. It's like a smidge more dead. Would have been better if I kept the original perspective. I think I moved everything over a little bit too much. It almost needs something else in the foreground here. Just think about that tuna casserole all day today. There's sustenance keeps Kira awake. The dad jokes? Oh man, I love dad jokes. I used to live off of dad jokes. Like, no joke. Not enough. Wait more. Where there might be enough. Love how like an hour ago I'm like, I'm gonna stop, and I literally can't get myself to stop right now. I think down here I'm just going to don't fuck up the very thin like that looked. Think this go. Straight up lines. Or this color. Ah, damn. I like that way better than trying to overcomplicate the, like, stair area. I don't know why I was struggling with that so much and why I really wanted to add all the details in, but honestly, it just looks so much better. Plain and simple. Even if they don't 100% read as stairs, maybe I can adjust, like, the shading or something, but I think it just looks better without all the chaos. Might try to add shadows. Straight up. Like, there's definitely supposed to be more shadow on that side and less on this side. But, you guys can't see what I'm doing. And I did have okay. Gold. think the outline down here is probably too bright as well. I don't really like. It's better. It's kind of a simplistic version. Just looks so frumpy. Still. I have a gold. Oh, my knees. Oh. Are being back to like horribly swollen right now and they hurt a lot.
Golter is raiding with a party of 5.
Thank you very much for the raid, Golter. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's sleep time for you, it's also sleep time for me, so I will not be staying on too much longer. I've been saying that for the last hour or two. So I might be lying to both myself and all of you. I need to at least attempt to sleep if I think I'm going to get up at any reasonable time during the day. And unfortunately I have to because I have to make a bunch of phone calls. Most places don't want you to call in the middle of the night. I am feeling a lot better about that. I just want to make this silvery gray color have enough of it left. I feel like it was better. A little darker. It looks so much better. Like a million times better. Still not perfect a lot of the places, but I'm so much happier. It's good your PC is having issues. Ugh. Oh, you're playing ZZZ. Nice. I actually still have a Duet Night Abyss sponsorship that's due before 10 p.m. tonight, so I literally have to be on early. But yeah, that's the, plan for me later on. I don't hate it, but there's definitely, like, something missing, and I haven't figured out what that something is yet. Helped. It's just, I think I'm being annoyed at myself because I'm trying to paint so tiny that I can't get enough details in. And then I have to remember I'm painting super tiny. But I do like it. I think the background looks good. I think I'll get to the point of doing the character tomorrow. I know if I start the character right now and start to mess up, I might lose it. I might entirely lose my shit. You like it, Valtray? Okay, good. You gotta be honest with me. I don't want to be fluffed. I want, like, the honest, genuine opinion on things, because that's the only way I'm gonna get better, is if people give me good, constructive criticism. I definitely think there's a lot of wonkiness, and if I took it into my iPad, I'm sure I could probably, like, perfect it, but I gotta remember that sometimes art isn't about being perfect. I almost want to just, like, stop right now so I don't mess it up, but obviously the frame can't stay looking like that. It doesn't look great. Alright. Only thing that stands out to you is the right side of the bottom step, but I might be crazy. This particular one? What about it? Okay, I can do that. I did question that, like, multiple times in my head, but if that's something that you are thinking might actually be better, I am cool with that. It won't look like the reference, but like that's okay because that's not the end goal. So on the left, green on the right. Yeah, so the reference looks like this. But I had simplified the stairs because every time I tried to do all the design, it started looking too muddy for what I'm capable of. It just didn't look clean. I'm still thinking about maybe dragging the gray pen to do the lines. At least that's like more detail. But I think I sat him too close to the split spot where it's supposed to when you're supposed to have like the other types of half steps on the right, and I think it looked incorrect because of it. Problem is, I don't know why I'm not just making sure lines are better across the way. Draw over something I'm going to continue to repaint. You were right a few hours ago. The focal point is a little bit off, but you were focusing on the frame, not the framing. Well, no, when I originally put the the arch in there, I didn't want it to be dead center. I wanted it to be off by a little bit, but I thought what was going to go on down here and the steps were going to help. So this is where I had the image because the steps kept it looking like it was centered more. But now that I removed the steps, it's off center. So I had originally grabbed the image and put it into this spot, thinking that the breaking point of the steps would help with it, not taking into consideration that these were going to be like almost completely blocked once I put the legs in. So I should have done it like this, and then it would have been better. Like, that already looks better than that. Because it feels like something's missing. Kara's right leg arched just right to block the layer detail. Yeah, so when I went to go try to add in the stairs, it just looked wonky afterwards. I like even, so like it technically looks better. It's more aesthetically pleasing like that, but this is technically more focally interesting. But the problem is when I look at it, all I see is this zone right here. Maybe because it's so dark is also hurting it. If I put something else in the midground right here, I think it will then refocus on this. But I don't want to do that until I have finished working on the actual Kullervo, because your fashion frame is very dark. So I'm wondering if having the dark fashion will keep it from this being so much of the focal spot after I put his color scheme in. Because I don't hate the arch being off to the side. That's not the problem. The problem is the emptiness, the visual emptiness here. Especially because this particular pillar is ugly. I don't know why it's ugly, but it's ugly and wonky, and it doesn't look quite right to me. Maybe because the lines aren't perfect, and I like when things are perfect, and that's probably what's driving me bananas. But I feel like it's all going to depend on the focus here, and maybe, just maybe, I do like a glow around him, especially since you have... That's not the frame that I've been looking at. You have... You do have this that comes out the side. I might balance that by having it come out a bit on this side as well. Maybe. I do like the idea that it's over here. But he needs something else, some other glow or something that just shifts a little bit this way. So it shifts the visual to being thirds. Because, like, thirds are nice. If things are lined up in thirds, it does help the visual stuff. I know in art, thirds are good. So I don't mind it being separated like this, and that being one of the thirds is like the glow of the tail coming down. But that's gonna make this be like really important on the arm, and I didn't really like the arm either. But that definitely means that this is gonna have to come way down here visually. Which I already think helps with the shape a bit. But yeah, there has to be some other sort of glow something that fills in just a little bit. Unfortunately, I think I'm so used to drawing girls when I draw, like, I tend to draw feminine characters. I made the torso very small. I think it really should have been elongated a bit more. But that's the practice that I'm trying to get out of pieces like this. These aren't supposed to be this serious. They're supposed to be a couple hours like this one. But I took it way too intensely because of the fact that you paid. But yeah, maybe there's some other glow or something that can come from that side. I know if I just put this out to that same degree, it's not going to look right. And if I just kind of wing it out that way, it's still not going to sit. What are Kullervo abilities? He rains down swords. He has them spin around him. I don't remember what they look like visually. I appreciate it, Valtry. Oh, but the swords only spin around him when they're not in his body, and I've already designed this with them being in his body, so... I'm wondering, so what energy color do you use for him? Is it that, like, red? That red-orange? Because I'm wondering, with his Wrathful Advance, it makes, like, little bits and waves that go around him. Teleport, Blade Ring, Spirit Chain, Sword Rain. Like, the Sword Rain, I don't know. I like Gear Up a lot, and I'm worried that the Sword Rain would kind of mess up that. I'm thinking having some sort of flowy energy will literally just take up... I just feel like there needs to be something else right here. And I'm thinking that, like, flow of energy as if he had just jumped might solve that in my head. That's looking awesome. Thank you! Thank you. Everything still feels kind of weird and, like, not perfect to me, but I don't know if it ever will. Little of the green. Oh, there's some in there. Expect it to be. I wonder if it's the arch looking like it's too far over. That definitely helped. Still feel like this green thing in the middle is not my favorite. But I've made that color enough times tonight that if I want to fix it, I will deal with it tomorrow. Like, this one looks nicer. I think this one needs to be, like, more straight up and down. I think it's crooked. Fuck it. Really just rip of this. Get a little bit of whatever's left of the gold. Yeah. Better too. Hard, so small. HDR of my monitor washes out the coloring in some shots. You use a Shamrock palette. Pro 6 orange Valentine red for energy. Is it similar to the energy of the ephemera? Same coloring for both. Perfect. I think I'm going to add some sort of energy glow something around him that will shift the visuals enough that I think the arch being off-center will then become an asset and not a hindrance. And as much as I'm annoyed that it is right now a hindrance, I do like solving the art problems. And I think it's more visual interest this way. If I... There's too much light. I take a picture of this. And then I kind of show you on my phone. Wait, what I'm thinking. Can't actually show you while I'm doing this just because if I get a text message or something, it'll appear wrong and weird. They're not gonna be little lines like this, but this is just to kind of like get the point across. It takes away I gotta turn my phone's brightness down. Okay, maybe not that far. Phone likes to be weird when brightness is at a weird spot. So I think it'll help, especially if there's more of whatever the energy is, like kind of blurring and blocking this spot. My cough scared you? Because I think that allows the background, again, more visual interest. This keeps it from being the focal point because of that big, jarring, dark spot. And then if you give me a second, theirs are mostly darker colors. Yeah. Hold on. I know I'm doing this off camera. I'm just afraid of a text message coming in and making this a bit challenging. here, go kind of around chest piece. So there. Down. Could also be here, and then he has just like a bunch. Daggers. So we're thinking like that. I mean, his daggers aren't all completely on that side. There's like more dark areas over here, so it's not like the daggers being dark is the problem. Add. Toes. Arm. Here. Just pretend this is silver chain. I'll make sure to balance the brightness of the energy on both sides and whatnot. If you squint hard enough, it doesn't actually look that bad, even though it's a bunch of scribbles. But yeah, so that's kind of the goal. I will probably watch his ability video a couple more times or pull up the game and see how his energies are. I think it's just particles, but I don't want to assume, so that I can get it kind of right as if he had just right, you know, jumped right to this spot. Yeah, I'm hoping if I can get enough detail on him that it'll make up for or it'll help with the background being, you know, kind of simple. I might get out like my microns with the smaller tips and do some like fine line work on him with the super thin pens that are like skinnier than a mechanical pencil tip. Because I think that's part of my problem right now, is just not having a tiny enough utensil. But I think the microns will help. You're getting a good chuckle out of Roth having K-Drive. He seems to find it rather massive dignity. Having him run a K-Drive. I'm gonna move Titania here. This fucker up here. Let him dry. And I'm gonna send you all anywhere but here. I say we raid Edric. I haven't raided him in a whole month. Alright, people. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for allowing me to go to a Pokemon card and trading card show today and actually pick up stuff, because that was honestly so much fun. I had a freaking blast today. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good nap. Thanks. It's 5:30 in the morning and I need to go to bed. So, yeah, I'm gonna go do that, and I'm going to go snuggle with Joe, because that's my plan. Off to bed for you, off to bed for us all, maybe. I don't know, there's not a ton of people here. Maybe it's everybody's bedtime. But seriously though, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It was really fun to be able to go to the card show today, even if I hadn't bought stuff, but like, it was really nice to be able to actually splurge a little bit and spend some money. Alright, I will see you guys fairly early tonight because I need to get a sponsorship done before 10 o'clock, so I'm hoping to be on by, like, 8. Good night, goodbye, and see you later today.